Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to Tower of Insight. So I exited out of the game and loaded back in, and while I was doing that I noticed that it actually was my web browser was taking up a ton of RAM. That being said, I had the task manager open while this game was loading back up, and just in the loading screen it reported that it was not responding, the game effectively locking up just to load. So yeah, I definitely think there's a lack of optimization both in my Firefox web browser, which has more of an excuse because it has hundreds of tabs open, and this game, which has less of an excuse because it really should be a much more optimized puzzle game, which the lack of optimization here might very well paint the true picture. I can only speculate as to what really happened here. If this was supposed to be an MMO that had nothing to do with puzzles, and it had just been stuck in development hell for years because they could not get it optimized to run smoothly, then I could see shoving a bunch of puzzles into it, or taking puzzles that may have existed originally in the game and expanding it to be 100% about the puzzles. And that certainly could explain some things, but then there's just a lack of compromise still in that development, that they wouldn't have just turned down the graphics. And the fact that I am seeing that misbehaving apps, whether it's games or whether it's a browser, are sometimes having memory leaks. Very often games have memory leaks that take up more and more RAM. Now, the fact that we logged out and logged back in, unfortunately, has put us right back in the bad situation where it has subtracted roughly 2,500 sparks from my account just because the game is glitched. And that's got to be just bad programming on a completely different level. I was pretty burned out at the last episode, so there's, I guess, some challenges if we were going to go for challenges as far as trials, but I don't think we are. I think we have a couple of options. We either do the mysteries early, which may be right, or we go to the Tower of Enlightenment. We just generally ignore this very nice looking but kind of pointless area, and we tried at the end of the last episode to figure out what one of the mysteries was and really couldn't figure it out, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's still some of that. And then there's this whole Trickster Island, which I could go and do the rest of those if I wanted to, but no, I'm gonna focus on mysteries. We know we need to solve 5, so that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 options. So if we can do half of these mysteries, that would be helpful. A fallen temple lies in the place of deepest blue. From here, 4 flowing paths lead you to 4 different directions. The temple is touched by 2 of those paths, where 2 logic grids dance atop grinning lions. Switch 2 and 4 within one of them. Okay. And that just showed me something. And yeah. If I do this and click this, can I hit G and make this go away? Can I right click and see it? No. You can only really see it here. Okay, well, let's check the maps then. Fallen Temple, deepest part of blue. Lucent waters. Okay. and then lions. Alright, and if we were to, let's just check this. Now we have this mystery. This time it is showing us the picture, so this one just didn't come with a picture. Okay. So we should just get all of these, unless... Yeah, we should just get them all right now anyways, and then if one seems like we can really figure it out, we'll deal with it then. Your focus may narrow when you return from the enclave to a rocky island in the sunny mist. Here, evergreen trees take root on mossy boulders, and golden trees shed their leaves to the wind. To find your new target, be as the trees and don't look down. All arrows point upward. And again, are these recordings or are these beings talking to me? From the enclave to a rocky island in the sunny mist, here evergreen trees take root. Okay. The deepest part of blue. One of the things I'd want to see is looking just directly under here, and then evergreen trees. Coming back from any enclave. Reflections in the sky. Cloud of perils. Mysterious areas. Vanishing point. Yeah. And if you're talking evergreen trees, there's enough green in 2 of these areas to be uncertain enough on this. Yeah, none of these are seeming like they're going to be super easy. In the misty depths, the secret dwells alone. Solve it, but with forbidden pattern inverted to the opposite color. With the forbidden pattern inverted to the opposite color. Can we find misty depth? I mean, this is straight up a picture of it. I guess we can teleport back here, so staying here actually doesn't make the most sense. Vaulted heights. Gather no moss. Ancient court. That might be one worth checking out. But we can't actually teleport to Dryads in the Mist. Okay. Let's teleport. Then, if the thought, what was the hint again? So we have this reward we can take for a few sparks, which will just immediately go to that negative. In the misty depths, the secret dwells alone. Solve it, but with the forbidden pattern. Okay. And we can't make that picture any bigger. Inherently, I could get really, really distracted. So I'm not going to go into any logic puzzles. That would take too much time. Which a lot of that I think is an admission that I'm not really planning on doing all the logic puzzles in this game. There's gotta be... There we go. Okay, and they're saying this is misty. I'm not sure I would inherently call this area misty. Maybe there was supposed to be a visual mist effect. Wow. Fully missed the ring. Okay. So my assumption here is to go down lower. Probably not engage with too many of these. Which ones of these are the big ones to focus on? There's quite a distance one can fall. And let's see. Red can only go so many places. There would be blues. Pretty complicated one. At least felt a little complicated. Okay. Although I guess I'm saying it's complicated just because it had a lot of inputs. So I am assuming here, oops, I have to actually click on it first. Let's see. There is, I guess, just a lot of room here for wasting a lot of time. And we could look at like every single potential place where there might be a puzzle. Trying to find these mysteries. And then we might find very well that there is actually the path to enlightenment may just unlock the something assistive there. Yeah. In the misty depths, the secret dwells alone. Solve it, but with the forbidden pattern. Yeah, they all say the secret dwells alone, but the one thing that's fairly consistent about this whole world is nothing dwells alone. No way. Everything is surrounded by massive amounts of other puzzles. And even if you're not seeing puzzles, usually there's still a ton hidden in the same area. Are the remaining 4 of these pieces all on the roof of this single pagoda? But yeah, the pagoda itself does stand out as being something worthy of investigation. Oh, they're sneaky, which means there's a decent possibility that there are more of these hidden in the leaves. Of course, if things are hidden in the leaves, that means the leaves always have to render. That means they painted themselves into a corner as far as making more optimized versions. That's interesting. Totally seems like I should have been able to have seen that, but I didn't. So I'm not sure what was hiding my view. What would be annoying is if it turned out that there was a whole system here that is effectively hiding the collectibles if you're too close to them. Because if that was the case, that changes everything. We are gonna have to jump back up there. Still missing 2. Yeah, all of these trees could potentially have something in them. And I tried my best not to get distracted and still ended up getting distracted. There's also a possibility. And I don't want to just leave this unfinished. Okay, so that was up there. That explains why I didn't see it before. Is it possible you have to leave the bubble and come from below? Kinda doubt it. Back up we go. There's some crazy weird angles that you seem to have to be able to reach. Get that to match that. Really no reason why I wouldn't already be able to see the piece I'm looking for. What I've noticed in previous occasions like this is that they've sometimes hidden them in a lower little rocky area, just surrounded by most inns. Well, there's a hidden ring. At least we could go get that. I may very well just need to abandon this, though. Because this is not what I wanted to be doing. Okay. That's what I thought. That there would be one upward. But doesn't that really imply probably aren't going to do that same trick twice? Is there a possibility that the trees only at certain angles make it easy to see what we're looking for? that does seem fairly believable. And this one has to connect. It's yet another tiny version of that. Alright, let's get out of here before I get distracted again. Okay. So once again, we're looking for an area that this is weird. Here we have two lions, which leads to not the hint we were trying to look for, but we saw this other hint. The focus may narrow when you return from the enclave to the rocky island in the sunny mist. Here evergreen trees take root on mossy boulders and golden trees shed to the wind to find your new target. That's not the one. That's not the one either. I swear I saw something about two lions. So I didn't say anything about two lions, apparently. Well, I can say this area does strike me as odd, but any place that has multiple puzzles in the area is almost certainly not my real target. That's basically the first time we've ever had to actually crouch down. That could have been a mechanic, certainly, where you ended up crouching down, you knew you were doing something. Well, good, I'm stuck. Which gives me a perfect excuse to do that. Let's fly in this general direction, just because I mostly have ran through this whole area. So yeah, I kind of never even looked over here. Even have a clue what's there. This would be more humanoid Greek statues. That too is kind of story breaking for what this world I think is supposed to be. I'm actually fairly deep in the water here, whereas I'm generally walking on water everywhere else. So what I wanted to investigate He's just is there. There's a lot of water effects there. But yeah, there's nothing under that spot. Oh, and this has a giant face carved into the side of it. Didn't even see that. Let's just go ahead and fast travel up here. Back to looking at mysteries, I suppose. If the game doesn't help me in any extra way as far as solving these mysteries, you are going to hit this just huge amount of gated content where it's not going to make any sense. It could be a case where this hint is literally pointing to where you should go. Yeah. There might be a trick to that, certainly, that this isn't just a random assortment of locations, that this is actually, if you stand in the spot, the exact directions you're supposed to go. Would that stay true for like this one? If it did, it would have to go directly to that island. So let's investigate that. On the ancient roof that shelters a river crossing, a chain of puzzles connect the shape of a 2. Look upstream to the next structure that spans the river. Solve the logic grid you see perched halfway up the structure, but invert the colors of all rules. Okay. If I was going to do that, it would have to be like this little island, and there's nothing there. Unless it's part of this island, which I don't think there's anything there. So I think my thought that these are pointing in the right direction is probably wrong. Did that mystery make any sense to me? No. Remember the rules of the puzzle above, then travel far away to a memory of a different sort. Resting atop the precipice where a stone face smiles upon the pink waters, descend halfway down the waterfall and solve the logic grid where, with 3 orbs, use the rules you remember. Okay, so find this puzzle, first of all. Then find a three-star puzzle somewhere else. And the 3-star puzzle, I think, may be somewhere around here. They say pink waters. Not sure if I'd really call any of the waters I've seen pink, though. Find the ancient behemoth who wears a crown of gold. For this giant shelters a puzzle box in its belt of stone. However, you will find that this puzzle cannot be solved in the usual way. You must look outside of this box into another. See, this might be the one point here where I could call this in single player mode a difficulty spike, but if this was supposed to be a case that all of these mysteries were supposed to be solved by all the MMO players working together, then they would have to be pretty difficult, if not impossible for a single player to figure it out. Although, the problem with that is the group as long as you have even a slightly large group of people working together, you will almost certainly find out the answer if there is a legitimate chance you'll ever find out the answer. If it's some kind of puzzle that only can be solved by secret knowledge that the game creators know, then it very possibly will never be solved. Seek a place where a skydrop encircles the light and ascend is guarded by ancient birds. There amid the misty gold, seek the lone logic grid. Treat areas as viewpoints and keep dark tiles from sharing a side. From the gate, follow the river to a bridge. From the bridge, follow the cliff to a rift. Take it skyward, land atop the closest temple, and fly to the closest roof again after that. Solve the puzzle as if all dark regions had size 3. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to find any of these unless I get some major help. Stand on the bridge that connects 2 curved promenades. Face the one parent and its 4 children, who each have 8 legs. Solve the logic grid on the left using the rules of logic grid on your right, replacing B, D, C, and A with 1, 2, 4, and 8. Okay. Now, admittedly, my familiarity with these mainlands, which it seems like most of these mysteries are going to be around the mainlands, is pretty poor at the moment. I have just been running around doing the enclaves. The game has been telling me to run around and do the enclaves. Even now it's telling me to travel to the place of enlightenment. And I think I just have to listen to it, because not a single one of those mysteries seems particularly solvable to me. And even having seen them, I think I'm just more likely to forget them than wander into a location where it would make sense. So let's just do this. There is a thought this may give us some credits, although since the credits are available to see in the menu, I imagine we won't ever see the credits, and also because it's an MMO, there is also a thought that this may give us something helpful. That is my hope. Even if it was just infinite foresights, even if it was an audio indicator of when mysteries are nearby, it'd be more helpful probably to have a map populate with puzzles in general, even if it was just a heat map telling us here's a dense area of puzzles. So this is an entirely shielded section that is a big cube, I would say more than a sphere, but the rest of them were spheres. But we can open it. In fact, we could have gotten to this point a long time ago. We're at almost 150 merit blisses, so you only needed 75, but you also needed the completed Serene Deluge, which means I could have probably gotten to this point doing a lot less, or doing just poorly in general. The Seeker's Journey leads you to a reflecting pool where the serene presence imbues its surrounding. Above the shimmering waters you speak with an ancient wisdom and begin a new journey across the garden of memories. Yep. Solve the logic grid reflecting pool is our next quest. Yeah. We basically had it telling instead of showing as far as the story. Maybe every time we've unlocked a area there's been a little bit more story. Obley the First. When I started this journey I was a stranger even to myself. and then I found kinship in a new land. Okay. So if this is Obly the First again, then we know these are recordings. Amaya the Fringe. Though we climb these stairs at different times, we walk beside each other in spirit. Yep. So that really is implying that these are recordings. And so we are getting this feeling of friendship. Look at those leaves just falling. And kinship with these other characters that honestly I can't really say I feel, because A, they didn't help me solve any puzzles, and B, they really haven't been saying anything interesting. New to the Everlasting. I'm not sure we saw more than 2 or 3 things from this character. I could have been a fleeting whisper, a momentary thought. Now I have memories, more pages to turn. This might be a very easy puzzle to solve. Voyam the Traveler. I have never seen this person before. Something draws me to this land, and I know what it is. My legs will never rest here, for there are endless peaks in the landscape of wisdom. So there's just a whole other character we haven't even seen. And are we gonna get the goddess character? Eloi the Scholar. Advancement is guided by moments of insight. This garden is filled with moments. Is that what they're describing themselves as moments? And so you're supposed to call this pink water? It has a little bit of a hue of pinkishness to it. And then it does just feel like it ends. So do you call this a waterfall? There's a pearl. Solve the puzzle. All dark regions have an area of 3. This is one of these puzzles that's way too huge. All areas containing this symbol are symmetrical. Let's see. Letters must connect to things. So that wouldn't work? Nope. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're making a real pattern here, or if we're just solving something that's fairly large. Is there a way this can go? I suppose you're just capable of moving this and continuously moving this forward and solving it. Assuming you've learned all the basics, which you kind of would have had to get this far. Is there possibility of that? Is there any way to connect those? Okay. And is this gonna fill in some kind of thing? Yeah, that's, I guess, an interesting question to ask, is that are we making some kind of shape here? What would be impossible? That still seems doable. But then that wouldn't be doable. Okay. So that puts that there. These two have to be connected, or not connected. Which puts that there. Which I think probably puts us there. Puts me one off. Seriously? If that is there, then that has to be there, then that has to be there, then that has to be there. Which then means that has to be there, and that has to be there. If that's the case, that is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So this really is just coming down to being time consuming more than actually being a challenge. We're making what looks like might be an interesting symbol. Progress is correct. Now look here. Interesting. Okay, if this has to see 6, then going down there goes me 2, 4, 5, 6. Means that has to be that way. Meaning this probably has to be that way. Okay. 2, 4, 5, 6 means this actually has to be this way too, doesn't it? Which means that's not right. But it said that everything was right, so... Nope, we can fill everything in. And that's fine. Okay. This has to end to get that to be that way. Which means that has to be like that, and that has to be like that. And then 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 still works. C's being connected here still works. So it's really just going to come down to this. C. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now does that feel like a symbol of anything though? Or is it just a random assortment of shapes? Because to me it just looks like a random assortment of shapes. Seeker, you have risen to my challenges, says the oil. I see wisdom in the depths of your eyes, and my heart gleams with pride. And I gift you the flame of the Orioles. Your journey is not over. My garden still blooms with challenges for you to solve. A unique quest awaits you at the Haven of Insight. Seek further. Our paths will cross once more before the gathering of the minds. And so that is the end of what they really expect you to do, I think. Or they at least expect a lot of the players to do, is to get to that spot and be told you did what good. I mean, did I do good? I would hold myself to a higher standard and say not really. I've had to cheat on a lot of these later puzzles, and I definitely feel like puzzles have gotten really difficult. Now, finishing that has unlocked, I guess, a default number of mysteries. So maybe these mysteries are going to be way easier than the other ones. It also leaves me with only so many mirror blisses or towers of insight or trials or whatever is required to unlock the remaining hints. I'm seeing really 3 spots left. Seek a puzzle that stands on a crumbling foundation beyond the broken ring, where the river forks at the edges of the world. You must solve the grid while ignoring both rules. Do I have a clue where that would be. That one we may actually know. Okay. Let's see. We talk about rivers a lot here. Seek a puzzle that stands on a crumbling foundation beneath a broken ring, beyond a broken ring, where the river forks at the edge of the world. You must solve this grid while ignoring both puzzles. Okay, zoom out for a second. This is a broken ring. Of course, there could be a broken ring here also. So let's investigate that one. Within the cloud, another drop awaits. However, to see the whole silver lining of the storm cloud, one must view it from afar. A click, a flash, and the cloud is set to light. Clearly, they know some of these puzzles would have been impossible without pictures. The logic grid lies behind a golden bell, completed as if 2 or 3. There's this golden bell. When the golden glow envelops the all-seeing monolith, a new perspective emerges, just as all fragments of an all-seeing monolith can be seen from its apex, so too can all monoliths be seen from the right vantage. If you find such a place, you can make the connection. So that's a hint, I think, and it's one of the central hints to maybe just do all the all-seeing monoliths. In our most distant memories, we passed the 5 wise orbs and were greeted by sentinels who sit beside the tallest tree on the island. The logic grid sleeps behind them. Solve it, but with the rules applying to light tiles instead of dark ones. Where the lands collide, a great stone gate tilts amid the rubble. Light shines through the fallen gate, illuminating a narrow path that climbs upwards. Solve the smallest of the 3 siblings, adding 2 to each number. Okay. Now it doesn't seem like anything really happened here. As far as the trickster island can be done. You have to connect all dark cells. These were all super easy puzzles. If we can finish this trickster island, then we should be pretty good. Need to connect all dark cells. I need to avoid making certain patterns. If we have to connect all dark cells, then we have to do that. pull this off? I think you probably cheat. Wow, I made that way more difficult than it should have been. Let's just segregate all of this. We have to connect all dark cells, don't we? Okay. Something like that has to happen. Perhaps not that drastic. Three out of 4, it's not bad. So yeah, there's a real question as far as how valuable a Mariblis is now. This means nothing, doesn't it? If this is dark, and this is dark, it can't be dark. So... okay. Trickster Island completed. We did 10 out of 10. Ah, but we haven't done Shady Wildwood. How have we not done Shady Wildwood? So there's still something there. Yeah, and at this point I've kind of forgotten where I was going and what I was doing. I think at a certain level, what we're going to have to do is wander around the first area. Because even if I figured out one of the mystery, there's still 3 or 4 more I'd have to figure out. And we know, or at least we're fairly certain, that these will cycle in and out, so everything I do here is really only adding to my small amount of spark collections, which would add towards being used, I guess, to purchase the last update. I'm going to end up getting a bunch of these puzzles done and not doing a lot of the others. Your level, I guess, just continuously goes up and up and up. Whether you care about the fact that your level goes up and up and up is going to be a different point. They describe this world as a garden, but in a certain way you could also just describe this world as a completely overgrown mess as far as puzzles are concerned. It's just too much. Not sure there was always a glass puzzle in that location. It might be that glass puzzles share the locations of floor ground puzzles. I just have no real desire to do those puzzles either. That's one we've already found. That's kind of a great example of how you can be standing in the wrong place and it look like you're in the right place. Remember, I was describing these sky drops as near infinite and kind of assuming that they were just in-game engine procedurally generating themselves forever. We kind of have been told, given some confirmation, that that's not exactly true. And that there is an actual finite number of puzzles. It's just that the number is very, very high. It is worth asking the question, would you have felt the same amount of pride and accomplishment, whatever that amount is, had you been playing online, and the half of the puzzles, 90% of the puzzles, there's no telling what the percentage really would have been, were solved by other people, or other people were at least helping you solve the puzzles. Because that is what I assume the experience would have been playing online. Otherwise, what's the point of people playing online in the first place? So it's not even going to be a case of finding a lone puzzle that's somewhat in the middle of nowhere. It's going to be finding a lone puzzle that's in the middle of nowhere, and it happens to be the right puzzle, and then solving it a completely different way from what you would expect. That does certainly paint you in this weird spot where you actually cannot even remove finished puzzles, can you? They have to stay around. At least most of them do. Here we have one called Cross the Stream. I wonder if all these talk of rivers and streams and things like that are streams and rivers of puzzles. Notice we're hearing bird sounds. Already found that one. Might as well do this. I would expect to run into more ring puzzles like that as a way of just moving the player around. Pretty obviously there are sections that are designed to move you from point A to point B through some of the more empty sections. Of course, we now know that the more empty sections very possibly are the sections with the secrets and mysteries. Yeah, for just efficiency's sake of the sluggishness of this game, you may need to run around the world multiple times to simply... Where are we? We're still pretty far from where we're going. Yeah, you may just need to run around the world eliminating sky drops, eliminating puzzles in general, the fast and easy ones, leaving you with the bigger challenges to deal with later. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna pause the recording, so I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. Yep, this was really as bad of a time as possible amongst my options lately to be playing something that would take 2 or 3 hours per episode, because I just know nowadays that I'm going to get interrupted very often. So yeah, the thought here is that there might be a single puzzle, logic grid puzzle, to be found at this area, which does seem believable. There's kind of nothing here. we are encircled by this. Whoops. Try that again. I missed one. Okay, that was 5.7. So then the question is, how could I go any faster? Because flying is not particularly faster. The only thing I could think is to potentially try and grab the edges. Yeah, 5.4 just doesn't really make sense. And that's not even something I want to focus on. Okay. It's one of the ones we clicked on. Two curved promenades face the parent to its 4 children. No. Ancient roof that shelters a river crossing. Another viewpoint. Large golden bell. Lands collide. A lot of talk of gold. Seek a puzzle that stands on a crumbling foundation beyond the broken ring, where the river forks at the edge of the world. You must solve this grid with all ignoring both rolls. So, does the river fork at the end of the world? Well, kinda here and kinda here. And rivers, speaking of rivers, I guess anytime we see river, there's a decent chance it is probably this area that they're talking about, and not, say, this area. Beyond. See, here's the problem is the fact that I can get up here like this tells me at some point there is something over in this area worth collecting, but it may just not be here right now. It may just not be loaded in, which then just leaves the whole world oddly feeling empty. But it's not 100% empty of puzzles by any means. Still plenty of those. And we did find out that if you crouch down, it will say the abyss stares back at you when you do that. If that's supposed to be some kind of secret. Over here is something which I guess we've probably done some stuff over here. I would think that we had. But maybe not. That is a very valid question as far as just how can there be an enclave over here when we've done all the enclaves. Yeah, we've definitely done this. I have the needle. We can take all the time we want. The game's just running poorly once again. Inherently, we are only looking for logic grids. So if there is only one logic grid on this island, that I think may be a mystery. Let's see. I guess this might be a musical one, which inherently anytime I see a musical one, I probably should just do this. Exhaust all my foresights and then just walk away. Yep. If it's of any level of difficulty, I'm not going to be able to do it, so. But this is a logic grid. And this is a logic grid. And is that all that is on this island? Completely. Have we already done this one? Most of these are really difficult because they have these like jump sections where it's making it. So overall that does look like everything. So would this whole glass puzzle area disappear, or is it just permanent? I would say these probably are permanent. Okay. And the thing I would say here is we have two puzzles, which there was a hint at a mystery that might lead to that. Let's see. Off the edge. Seek a puzzle that stands on a crumbling foundation beyond a broken ring where the river forks at the edge of the world. You must solve the grid while ignoring both rules. Ignoring both rules. This has 3 rules. This has both rules. Okay. Darts count opposite, the opposite colors in that direction. Well, if you're ignoring both rules, then we would have to but if you're just ignoring both rules, how do you solve the grid? When the rules have to be uniquely special in that case? Hmm. 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 Okay, so I solved that puzzle. Is there any way you solve this puzzle but while ignoring both rules, though? Yeah, I don't think that's the right hint, if there is a hint here. But I do think there might be another one. 2 for 2. Golden glow enveloped all saying monocle monolith, that's like the last one. This one's been done. Within the cloud, another drop awaits. However, to see the whole silver lining of the storm cloud, one must view it from afar. A click, a flash, and the cloud is set alight. So that must have been a all saying monolith spot. So we've done one, which tells me that actually we didn't solve a mystery on the place that said it had a mystery. Where lands collide, a great stone gate that tilts amid the rubble. Large golden bell. Stand on the bridge that connects two curved promenades. Yeah, I don't think I know any of these at all. So yeah, like this location that says that's called a mystery ... apparently doesn't have a mystery on it. If it does have a mystery, I don't know how to solve that mystery. This would require solving 4 more mysteries. Yeah. This is probably a waste of time to do this. Yeah. I could probably play around with that and maybe make a little bit of progress, but not much. Don't make this pattern and connect all the dark cells. Okay. Interesting. So this one either has to be like that or like that. And then as soon as it is like that, it can't do anything more. So it's got to kind of snake around like that. But then it effectively ends there. We have to connect all light cells. Interesting. How do we get this all the way around, though? That is the question. It basically has to end here. Yeah, everything kind of tells me that this feels like it has to end somewhere like that. Had to use a lot of hints there, which just kind of defeated the purpose of doing the puzzle in the first place, because now, yeah, I have no hints for that, nor do I have the patience to sit and try and solve that. Bridge that connects two areas. Wasn't that one of the mysteries? We looked at all the hints back into place, so there's no point in going back. Shelters a river crossing. I might be able to find that one. And this is just a whole area where I've probably not even really been. So you have one or two options here. Either you keep playing and you increase your familiarity with an area, or you call yourself done and just give up. Divide into two down the middle. Does this form the symbol of a 2? Yes. Hey, we lucked into this. Alright. And yeah, I suppose that is possible that that will happen quite a bit. Because, yeah, if there's just entire sections we have not visited yet, obviously there's a lot of room for stuff like that to happen. I guess there's plenty of room. Plenty of room for more puzzles. I guess I shouldn't go around too much around this. It's funny, why do I still hear invisible cubes? It's just more up there. Whatever. Start this. Down the middle. Sure. The thing here is going to prove to be, I think, extremely easy in that imagine this was probably something I was supposed to run into fairly quickly. All things must be connected. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Hmm. 9, 10, 11. We need another space. That gets us there. So I'm thinking it kind of has to be almost a straight move. We can't take current curves, or we can take exactly one curve. Not really doing a lot different. Minimal barricades in sight. Apparently I have to click on view explanation because the game is locked into giving me a Mirabilis otherwise. And so that is considered an enclave, so I guess we really haven't done all the enclaves that we would have. Okay. That's 4, that is 8. Need one more. This is not going to prove to be particularly difficult. Or 8, 12. We need 2 more. 8, we would need 1 more. Okay. Not quite right. Obviously. This is just taking up way more space. That makes way more sense. Interesting. 4, 8, 12. Yeah, and I guess you pretty much just need to solve all of these first. That's one too many. That's one too few. At least one too few. Most of this is really just boiling down to goofing around. Okay, that's considerably too few. 8, 9. Where am I getting another 6? Eight, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. There's no way this is correct. So would the foresight tell me the answer to a mystery? It's worth testing that out. Certainly. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 6. Plus another 8 is 14. Wow. Yeah. Oh, I guess the trick here is you didn't have to actually connect it, did you? Now I'm down to only negative 1,000 sparks. I do like the glowing hair of my character, the electric nature of it. It's very much not human still, but at least it feels like there's a little bit of artistry in that. Okay. 2 for 2. On the ancient roof that shelters a river crossing, a chain of puzzles connect in the shape of 2 look upstream to the next structure that spans the river. Solve the logic grid you see perched halfway up that structure, but invert the colors of all rules. Colors of all rules. I guess that's white and black. That's the only colors we've seen. Ancient roof of shelters a river crossing. Look upstream to the next structure that spans the river. Okay. Let's start with, just see if we can find invisible cubes. Yeah. Ancient roof that shelters a river crossing. I don't see a river crossing here. Well, probably in the exact wrong place. That would be my guess. Unless the sky itself is being referred to as the river. Some of these areas probably are mostly going to be easy puzzles, and I do think that's where this is going to boil down to, is the next part of this game is more than likely 100% built around wandering around solving puzzles. Look to the next building. Let's not even worry about the Shiores. Yeah, look to the next building. It says, yeah, I just don't really buy it. Yeah, I really just don't think I'm going to find any of these mysteries without cheating. And that does point out an interesting situation where if now is the time that you would want to play online, I don't believe there's an opportunity to do that. I think you are doomed to either reset your progress and start over from zero, or you just have to play in solo player mode. I don't think you can transfer your offline progress to an online progress, because now would be where I would find it much more acceptable. But then that does just beg the question as to who's enjoying the game you purchased or given or whatever. Like, we're at that point, if you're actively just asking for a situation where online players would tell you the answers. Okay. Can we do this? Don't make a square pattern. And inherently that means just don't misclick. Kind of feels to me like you could do quite a bit here. To solve this, you could just kind of connect these to these then we can't fill in whites, but then we can fill the rest of it in with blacks. And you can't get hints in the quest for perfections either, can you? And you look, we know these two are touching, so my thought would be that these would touch. And I guess that's true. And then that leaves only a certain amount of spots. And it does, by that guess, leave me in that spot. I could do 1, 2, 3 here. I don't know why what I did there was inherently wrong. It's because we need a black one here. Yes. And frankly, I just don't care. And I think that is certainly the beginning of the end, isn't it? When I just don't want to sit and do these logic grids. So, I can't solve any of the mysteries. I did not get anything other than a little cutscene of someone talking to me as far as finishing all the Enclave stuff. There is what might as well be considered an infinite number of puzzles in the overworlds, with my tolerance for puzzles waning drastically depending on what kind of puzzle it is. I kind of like these sky blocks, sky drops. If you'd been running around the game like Skyrim and then sky drops were just all over the place, I would have been somewhat satisfied with that. Okay. So what we need to do, how long have we been going on? Not that long, not long enough, is we need to teleport here. We need to make World 1 our location. Now, I was pretty sure there was a wandering orb here that we never collected. But whatever. And I'm pretty sure I would have found that, so I think that is a great example of things cycling in and out. So, our goal, since we can't get in there, I guess would be to start by going here. And we're looking for components of the all-seeing monolith. And we're looking to do all the trials. And we should do the Pillars of Insight first. Off by 1. There we go. So there we have a quick path of what to do. And the goal is to accomplish as much the goal is to accomplish as much as possible on the way there, but also don't get too tied up in trying to solve things that might just be huge wastes of time, because it will get it eventually. Or more likely we won't get it eventually because we're just going to end up giving up on the game far before we hit that point. Okay. Let's see, we have to connect all dark ones. How much time do we really save by goofing around like this? That has to be connected, so then that has to be that way, and that has to be that way. Be connected, so corners did have to be white. Okay. There's got to be another way to connect this up. There's entire numbers here. 4, 0, 2, 8, 6. These all have to be white. 7. That has to be white. Has to be white. I have to connect all dark pieces. Makes that have to be dark. Probably means that has to be dark. And this could be dark. That being white. if it was going to connect all the way that way. And clearly that's like numbers. So what was I supposed to take from those numbers? So 8240659. If anything, it feels like the numbers are intentionally just here to confuse you. It's kind of crazy how the basics here are going to boil down to you're going, it's going to come into a situation where you always that's not going to work. That's not going to work. That has to be white then. Then nothing can touch that. Yeah, these basic ones can be solved simply by fiddling with the puzzles. At least less basic ones then become way more difficult because they require actual logic, which is not where I'm being trained on these easier ones. I'm being trained instead. I guess I'd already solved all these. Guess that's what we're assuming at least. This is about the only thing we've seen that is really golden. Would you call that a golden bell? I wouldn't describe that as a golden bell. We've just never really gone in this direction. It's a whole bunch of trees. A whole bunch of stuff on the ground that we never really engaged with. That is another thing we could certainly run around and do if we do all the pillars of insight in this area. And then we do all the trials, and we do all the all-seeing monoliths, and none of that seems to do anything to make this better. Then we could, at the very last action, run around and try and find all the lore fragments. He is buoying the travel, ancients kneel on the trunks of stone, watchful yet forever silent, I travel through humid canopies, wondering where the makers have gone. So, this guy, the traveler, may very well only really exist in this section, which would make sense as to why I never saw him. That this was just a whole area where you could leave. Whole bunch of one-way elevator what goes down. Solve 6, match 3 puzzles. Which I guess are these. Okay. Alright, well. We need this one to come all the way down here, I think. Well, wait a minute. There's one here. One here, one here. Yeah, so that is the move, is that we need that to go that way. Which, yeah. You can do that much, and then you can do that much. Do that, that, and that solves that spot. And then move that way down. There's something slightly different that needs to be done here. This one needs to go over. Yeah. And this one needs to go over. Is right. And in a lot of ways, I've been glad to see that there weren't too many of these puzzles. But honestly, it may very well be the case that there are quite a few of these puzzles, and I've just been in the wrong places. If I did that, that puts me in a very poor position. Guess that's close enough. But I missed something. Start with that. And then maybe you can do that. And maybe you do that. Nope, it's not even that. This is all about getting this one here first. Again, I assume this is an enclave, so I assume we are doing the right thing. Are we going to move things back and forth multiple times? Nope. Blocks cannot rise as far as insights go. Sounds like a very basic insight, but doesn't inherently mean it's wrong. These may very well be easier on this side. Let's see. Oh, maybe this is the whole move. Yeah, it seems like if you just go with the flow on a lot of these, you will solve it. So these trials effectively do feel like they are this. Now, is there at any point something here where I'd really want to spend a lot of time? Definitely feels like this could just go on forever. So yeah, I'll know how to really solve these kinds of puzzles. I mean, you've seen me do them before, but they do come at the high risk of just being major time sinks. In particular, time sinks that I don't even really hold myself at fault for not being able to solve, considering how much you have to, I think, just fiddle with it. And how off you might actually be, even though it might seem like you're close. We definitely have seen that be an issue too. Is there any actual story in this, though? Doesn't really feel like there is. Seems to me you just wander around one by one, ups and downs. Okay. Why is that not true? All numbers are off by 1. Okay. Off by 1 tricks then. Means it has to go here. Means it has to go here. Means that has to go here. All numbers are off by 1. How is 0 off by 1 considered correct? 0 actually -1? One collected insight, 1 true value. When all the numbers are off by 1, some numbers can still be uniquely determined. The true values of 0 is always 1. The true value of 1 is always 2. Ah. 0 equals 1, 1 equals 2. Ah. I see what it was saying there. Definitely seems like the easiest solution here is to just fill in. I guess you can just kind of cheat here too. And so the pillars of insight are being labeled as enclaves also. Okay. So we have now done all the pillars of insight in this area. In Verdant Glen. The next step would be to do this and this. And then I guess maybe this. Even though Quest for Perfection is not even labeled as one of the side quests. Is that it? I see 3 trials missing. And on the map see, I would assume that's a trial for the next area. Yeah. Don't see any other trials. So I have to assume Quest for Perfection is just considered a trial. Even that is part of Lucent Waters in that section. Unless I just manage to fly past all of these other areas and I haven't flown past this trial. This is probably one of the few places also where being able to fly, or more accurately being able to jump high up, is just absolutely a requirement. I'm still not sure that that one does anything. This is a memory one. still not particularly good with memory puzzles, perhaps slightly better at memory puzzles than I would say I am with... No, I think I'd probably say I'm considerably better at memory puzzles than I am with the music puzzles, because at least I can do the memory puzzles with a lot of attempts. Match 3 speed challenge. Oh. So this is one of the trials. Okay. So what's the goal here? Solve in 3 moves. Solve in 2 moves. Why do we have so much noise playing in sound effects? Yeah, it's a weird thumping sound. It really just sounds like audio glitching. What would be funny is if that sound that I'm hearing right now actually was the sound of something happening behind you and you were just not paying attention to it. Of course, that would be a cheap turn of events if, like, a monster was behind you, sneaking up onto you, behind you while you're solving puzzles. This is a game that has no monsters. And it would be really crazy for them to introduce monsters. In a funny way, this feels like this could have been the entirety of the game at one point. It's just that you would have had one little puzzle challenge and then the rest of the game would have been a more standard MMO RPG hack and slash type experience. How many of these do we have to solve? I guess is a good question to ask. You would have to think that there is a specific number to get a Mirabilis. But I suppose the number could be a huge number. We have like 19 seconds more. We don't need to get overly excited by that. Last attempt was 14 puzzles, best attempt 14 puzzles. Solve 20 is there a goal? Alright, so I can't do it. I'm not that fast. Falling under pressure. You know what? In a funny way, that has given me the excuse to potentially just give up on the game as far as doing all the trials goes or getting all the mirror blisses. In the same way, I mean, it's different than the music puzzles, because at least in the music puzzles I could have cheated my way through that, but if it is completely a scenario where I am 6 puzzles short of the speed that is needed, I don't see how I could do that. Now I do know that there is a walkthrough guide, probably not really a walkthrough, specifically for that puzzle, so I could probably follow that guide and it might help me get the last 6. Amaya, the friend, there must be a greater purpose in all this. When I asked the Ancient One, she said that knowledge must be earned through the pursuit of understanding. Only then will I fully grasp the truth that lies within the echoes of time. It is very much still going to be just nonsense spouted. I don't think I even knew you could right click to zoom in when I first arrived at this area. That certainly changes things. Just a pattern one. I think we can very well assume some things there. 2 for 1. 1 and the same. Okay. Bring that down, bring that down. That didn't work. Which means that won't work either. These are basically the same things, aren't they? No, they aren't the same. They are very much not the same. from this. They are going to end up getting solved in a different way. Solve all of 7 puzzles. Don't make that pattern. Okay. When they say don't make that pattern, they really mean don't make that pattern in any fashion. So, similar patterns. This time, don't make that pattern. Okay. So is there any way? This is gonna be tough. Yeah, I would half expect that the puzzles in this first area should just be all easy puzzles. Alright, I am confused. Exactly 1 symbol per space, per dark area, and per light area. But they are not connected. Means something like that has to happen. So it's only 7 puzzles in here, but effectively they are twice as many puzzles, because don't make this pattern. Okay. let's just go ahead and make some logical leap. That didn't work. Okay. Okay. Now what? Can we safely just draw a line in the middle? So is it just lines? It is. Okay. Well, that was an interesting twist. It's the exact same symbol. Just fiddling with this. It's like going in circles. Probably because I'm just making the same mistakes over and over again. probably just use hints at this point to try and correct this. You'd think that there was a pattern here that you're supposed to follow, but I don't see it. We can't use a hint quite yet. It definitely seems like we should be pretty close. Really, if I was spending any mental energy here at all, it's probably pretty obvious what the solution here is, that you have only specific spots where these can line up. Because of that, seriously, what am I supposed to be doing? Yeah, I don't know if I'm actually changing anything here or if I'm just going around in circles. There's two possibilities. I can either change that to white or that to white. Change that to white and it creates this shape, which then brings you back to this shape, which is wrong, which would then bring you back to this shape, which would then bring you back to that shape, which I think literally just went in circles. Okay. So that has to be that way. It could be that way. Why was this so much easier? My thought is that you just have horizontal lines. But that's not really what's happening here. And I guess you could just constantly muddle your way through puzzles. Let's hope that this last one is a little bit easier. Okay. Pretty much certain that that is the case. Either you're going to put one here, or you're going to put one into here, or more than that. No, you've got to go at least that far, I think, because you've got to get that much going on that. Exactly one symbol for a dark area. Interesting. No, there's no way that's gonna be right, though. So it has to be that way. Means these must connect this way, but there's no way that happens that way, so it's got to be that way. That's one too many, though. Also. So that's the 2-for-1. And I tried to run towards this. Where'd it go? I'd have to find some rolling puzzles, I'd have to find some rings. These definitely were not here. Before. Things are just straight up appearing and disappearing. Which that is an interesting twist to put on a world. If the Witness had been like that, where puzzles appeared and disappeared, and well, I suppose that might have stretched the overall length of time it would have taken for people to solve all the puzzles in the Witness. I don't know if inherently that's a good thing, because no, I know inherently it is a bad thing. There is just some level here where if you play enough of this game, you will eventually have sections that are empty, and you'll have to come back hours later. Goal here is to see if I can land directly on that. Nope, not so much. Okay, so we did this much, which will give us, I guess, theoretically a customization thing. But yeah, as far as Matchbox puzzles, we've only done 21 of 274. Yeah, it is just an insanely large amount of everything, and we missed a trial somewhere. This one we did. This one we didn't succeed at because you have to do 20. And there was, I guess, the quest for perfection. The other thought would be the on-seeing monolith. And running around looking for lore fragments, which I would suspect that at least 5 of the lore fragments here are inside the vault of Vitric, which requires solving mysteries. Am I looking in the general correct direction? Guess that island up there, before you had the high jump, would have been much more of a challenge. Let's see if we can. this flying ring challenge. All kinds of matchboxes in the area. Which, with the multiple markers, I could do that. Well, that was more of a challenge than I thought it would have been, considering the area. Kind of doesn't matter though. You do this now, or had you done this at the first of the game, odds are you would have been extremely burnt out. Before you made it to the end. I guess that's the one argument, I suppose, for the idea of phasing puzzles in and out, is to not completely overwhelm the player, but you're still overwhelming the player, you're just doing it in a more staggered fashion. Yeah. It's not particularly better. Do you hear the whispers among the trees? First I thought they were leaves rustling in the wind, but these whispers echo like mine, like they have minds of their own. So I whisper back. Yeah, I imagine that is a pointless statement. There's all kinds of areas we haven't seen. There is definitely a question as far as just what is the percentage. How many sparks do I have, by the way? I'm still probably close to like -800 because of the glitch in the game. And if you could get to that final place, then with only 75 Mariblisses and I have 150, and we kind of know what the real expectations for this was, that they never really planned or expected the player to go as far as doing everything. Okay, we could do that. We could do that. We could do that. We could do that. And then we can do that. Was this the puzzle? Yep. That's a mystery puzzle. But What was the mystery towards that puzzle? Okay. One symbol per area, per light area, and we connect all the dark areas. This 9 is gonna play a big role. We've got to get this 9. Gotta do something like that. But I don't know how the 9 possibly could do that. Because then that would have to be that, and that would have to be that. And that creates that problem. Even here. That's a big problem. There's a lot of problems here. It says that's wrong. And then that's wrong. Means that's wrong. Okay, that solves some of those issues. Does the 3 have a way of being solved? If we do that, yes. Apparently that is wrong. This is just slowly making room. how do we fix that now? Oh man, and I know we're going along today. Truth is, I was contemplating just ending the series here. I think there is room for a little bit more, but I don't know if there's really a lot of room for a lot more in this game. I can run around, certainly ignoring all the puzzles and collect all the lore. I can run around just looking at the environment, doing the occasional puzzle here and there, certainly. Why am I doing puzzles? Just to kind of check them off an extremely long checkbox. I can see where somebody like Cracking the Cryptic, who already spends a massive amount of time, those two people do, solving Sudoku variants, would pretty quickly realize that they aren't willing to commit the massive amount of time playing this game, which would explain why I haven't seen them make any new episodes after they made the first couple. I could see why most content creators would say they can't commit this much time. This would be almost worthy of just a game to live stream like multiple times a week for months, if not years, if the puzzles were interesting enough to do that, which I don't feel like the puzzles are interesting enough to do that, unfortunately. So yeah, that creates a bad scenario. It definitely just feels like, particularly on the longer puzzles, you're going to end up doing a lot of this. Let me just hit S and H. H is for hint, S is for solve. Figured it might be worth trying that. Yeah, at a certain level, if you had gotten to the path of enlightenment and it just said at any point in the game up until this point you could have pressed the S key and solved it, that would have been a twist. I don't know if inherently people would have loved that, but it would let you skip significant numbers of puzzles. Yeah, and I'm just not this OCD, really. While we're here, then, since we know this ties to a mystery, let's see. We have an Echo of Time we can collect, and some sparks we can collect. We're now down to only negative 179. But then again, there is only one more upgrade to unlock. And there's more customizations that we're unlocking. Let's just look. We've long since seen and unlocked all the puzzle types, but I would say some of these puzzle types unlocked very late in the game. And I do think... But it's funny, I may have at the beginning of this episode said that we were halfway through with the game, but honestly, we are 90% through with the game as far as my own attention span. I think is willing to go. We should do all the trials, I guess, so we can see if we can get all the insights, or do all the pillars of insights. We should see if there's something around this. This is the kind of game that might benefit from having 6 or so achievements for doing everything in the game. For the few people on Steam that would want that. Let's see. If we got a new Echo of Time, it's not unlocked yet. Right. And I'm just going to quickly click on all these because I know the one we're looking for has a picture on it. We can just look for the picture. Two for two. On the ancient roof that shelters a river crossing. Nope. This is a 2-star puzzle. Remember the rules of the puzzle, then travel far away to a memory of a different sort. Resting atop a precipice where a stone face smiles upon the pink waters. Descend halfway down the waterfall and solve the logic grid with 3 orbs, using the rules you remember. Don't get it. This is a 4-star thing. That's the one. Oh no. And so if that is considered far enough away from other logic grids, that tells me something. It definitely tells me something. Definitely feels like I'm just moving things around here. And I think I need 3 mysteries to unlock the one enclave we haven't seen. before we unlock the next enclave we haven't seen, before we unlock the third enclave we haven't seen. Okay, that is touching that, which inherently means that can't touch that, which means inherently that has to be black, and now it'd have to be white, now it'd have to be white. There's just no way that's happening. So then that has to be the solution. Yeah, that would have to be the solution. Does that really change anything? No. What if we were to do that, however? And I really don't see how these 1-1s would have led to a smooth solution being found. There probably is some default logic in some of this. Something that would make some more sense. Yeah, but like this 4 here can only go that high, this 5 can only go that high, so these all had to be dark. This here does strike me as something that might have been able to go light, but no, not really. I could make this light, this, 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 and then go in different directions. But I think that would really just make everything worse. Interesting. And that was not anything, though I just spent a bunch of time on that. This has to be it, I would assume. I would hope. Wouldn't hope that there's yet another 2-star logic puzzle. So don't make an X pattern, exactly 1 symbol per light area. All areas must equal the region and connect all dark cells. Okay. So this could be 1, 2, 3. That's going to be light, and that's going to be light. Push that in that direction. Ah, but we've also got to connect all dark cells, don't we? This definitely feels like this is going to be more of a challenge than the previous puzzles. Big empty spaces that we're going to have to fill in. This is another great example of just way too big of areas to deal with. This is just gonna go on forever. Seven. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that can't reach far enough. So that has to go that far. And I'm only really solving this puzzle just because I know the next step is going to ask that of me, almost certainly. Yeah, I'm just moaning. We'll see some foresights. Tell me some basic things. That is white. If that is white, it kind of has to be there. Okay. Two, 4, 6, 7. That's still way too far. This one is. Interesting. Three, 6, 7, 8. That is wrong too. But I do think that fixed that issue. That is wrong also. So connect that. That. Yeah, all these high-level difficulty puzzles really, I really needed an infinite amount of foresight or some way to speed it up. Some kind of mod or cheat would be appreciated here. Even from the beginning of the game, a mod that would have just given you the maximum number of foresights to start with and filled them up way faster. Inherently, if I was going to try to solve all of these puzzles now, I'd have to do massive amounts of them off screen. I would spend weeks and weeks and weeks just playing the game off screen, using foresights and cheats to get as far as I could, which noticeably in this case is not getting us far enough. state with doing this. That'd be the right move. What if we push into things that way? And 6, 7. Is there another way? Another way to shove this one further in that direction. And also connect to this. Well, if we did that, then that, then that, then we'd have to connect up like that. And we could do that, and we could do that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 7. Two, 4, 6. No. This is still seemingly totally in the wrong place. I have no clue. Can make myself more room. Am I needing or trying for that though? 2, 4, 6, 7. I don't know how you... I'm so close. And then... But then it's just going to be connect all dark soul cells. Exactly 1 symbol per light cell. Area numbers, and don't make a 2x2. So mostly those first 3 are the important ones. Oh, yeah, that's pretty much the only way that works. So I almost wish there was a screenshot feature here. Don't make a 2x2. Connect all dark cells. Exactly 1 symbol per light section. And just because we've figured out the location of this, which even in that, this still doesn't really look like the image. It only looks like the image if you were standing about here and then floating in the air. But I am assuming that that is the location. Yep. Travel far away to a memory of a different sort, resting atop a precipice where a stone face smiles upon the pink waters. Descend halfway down the waterfall to solve the logic grid. My assumption here is they are talking about the stone face here. And I guess I would describe this as pink on the stones. I don't know if I would describe the water itself as pink. Descend halfway down, it says. You see some pinkish rocks. Yeah, I don't think halfway down we got this Trickster Island. Have a very different connection here with water. There's a face, there's pink water. Halfway down the waterfall. I don't think it means 100% of the way down the waterfall. I don't think it's just that logic grid. Let's check it again. Which one was it? Memory of a different sort. Logic grid with 3 orbs. That's what we're looking for. Which one? Yep. See, clearly that can't be right because there's one there, there's one there. It's like 3 different logic grids with 3 orbs. Which I think just means that I have no clue where the mystery is, and there's very possibly just a different face with pink smiling on water that maybe is more pinkish. I hear an invisible cube, but I'm struggling to see the invisible cube. for all I know. This is the halfway down spot on the waterfall that they were talking about. Is there a cube? Press my face on pink waters. This might be a whole area. Broken ring. Everything's just so open to interpretation. You could misinterpret anything. I suppose the gold bell might mean something specific, because it would be difficult to see. It would be difficult to see a misinterpreted gold bell. And at this level, you've just hit the end of the waterfalls. So clearly I've gone too far. Still, yeah, what once was a very inviting experience of, oh, you could solve hundreds of puzzles and just grind to major success in this game, is now really just revealed itself as being a monotonous deluge of puzzles. Teasing effectively the idea of the mysteries, but not really leading most players to be able to solve them. Yeah, I'm not this bad of a puzzle player that I would struggle with this much if it weren't for the fact that I'm fairly certain they just haven't really put enough hints. Halfway down the waterfall is what it says. It's a 3-star puzzle. 3-star puzzles halfway down that waterfall. Okay, well I do have one last thing I want to try. This has nearly gone 4 hours. And I don't want to end the series quite yet, but I can say we are fairly close. What I need to do is see if I can find a guide that would help me find the mysteries and solve them, so we can at least see more of the content of this game that we've yet to see. So this is a path that's pointing directly to the fracture. So let's fly to the fracture. This is also the point where I thought maybe you would think along the lines of having the game open itself up to the multiplayer concepts. Now on the right we can see markers getting further and further away. So what you want to do is keep an eye out on the right to see if the numbers stop growing, and just see if we unload at some point. I wouldn't be surprised if there is just a fake point where you just fly in a certain direction and it's just emptiness and it will just go on forever. And yeah. Of course, there's also the possibility that there is something here flying towards the fracture, but it's an insanely long distance away. 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 24 hours of flying straight in that direction. The default thought would have been you would have gotten far enough away from them and it would have just teleported you away back to regular land. You can't really do anything else. This does highlight certainly the stupidity of being able to just fly and glide forever. It's way too simplistic of a thing. I guess the thought here would be pick a number and stop at that point. We're approaching at least 3,000 meters away on the right from our markers. So we've gone at least 1,000 meters flying towards this fracture. Certainly this was the temptation, is that you were supposed to just fly into the fracture and see what happens. Yeah, all that talk about the fracture seems to not resolve, at least at this level in the game. What could be in the fracture that would make the game better, though? That is a valid question to certainly ask. I can't imagine much. A whole new world would not be welcome. 10,000 plus more puzzles would not be welcome. co-op character this late in the game would not be welcome. Anything short of just infinite amounts of hints, infinite ways to locate puzzles and solve them, all the puzzles on the map. Yeah, I can't really think of anything else that would be of any real value. Inherently, it does definitely seem like the fracture, if this is even supposed to be the fracture. It's crazy how there's both a nebula and a fracture in this world, and they don't really show the fracture as something that looks different. It really should just be a big black swirling black hole type thing, not just a cloud. Right, well, there we can see we are really, really far, and that did nothing. Okay, so I'm going to consult the cheat sheets that I can find, which I don't think there's a ton of them, to do the mysteries and maybe the all-seeing monoliths. There are still trials in the other areas, so there's room for another 5 episodes at least, because we can just run around trying to do most of the trials at the very least on this. There's more Mirablisses to be collected by doing puzzle collections in each of the areas I just recognized, which does mean you potentially could have skipped some of the enclaves, doing just more puzzle collections in the overworld. But the goal would be to unlock, I think that says 3 mysteries to unlock the archipelago of curiosities. Or, you know what, we could, I think that is shielded, so I don't think there is a way I could reach that otherwise. Most of these areas are shielded. Yeah. There seems to be like a massive 275 puzzles alone on that area. So maybe that was DLC that was added later, or in an update. I guess not DLC, but just an update would be a better way of describing it. And then this is 5 mysteries. And so we want to see in that section too. We totally skipped that area. Yeah. And then the match 3 speed challenge is technically a trial. I think we've done all the other enclaves. Yeah. Though, so then the all-seeing monolith still is something I'd like to do, but may not really ever accomplish it. We end this episode with exactly 5 sparks because of the glitch, which is pathetic for 4 hours worth of work. Anyways, that's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and keep on watching. Thanks.